Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? It is a pleasant day today. It's sunny. We've got a blue sky.
So, wanna train with me sometime?
And more importantly, we've got no stall content today. Real no stall, no lies in the title, Pog. Hello! It's a lie, by the way. I can't believe you'd believe me when I say these things. Fucking loser. Alright, let's go get some fucking insane artifacts from Adversa. Check DMs later. I'll check DMs now. Oh. He sent me the Abyss usage rate. Huh. Damn. Neuvillette down to 65%. That's crazy. $65 is still high. For Neuvillette, it's low. Still, I will say, it's kind of true. 65% on this Abyss is kind of insane. Alright. Alright. His site distribution is 0, 100. Alright, who wants to be the Hyper Blue Neuvillette first side Herald? Will you do the meta roundup today? Probably not. I mean, definitely not, but... Actually, his Baiju team variant has a 199. That's crazy. How long since the stream started? 7 minutes and 28 seconds. That's definitely an interesting name you have. Ryo Cock. Grizzly right, not alt. True. Oh. Fuck. Let's salvage a little then. Let's unselect the artifacts that I don't want to select. You know what? It's fine. I'm gonna have to strongbox again soon, aren't I? I only have like 300 empty slots now. Do you have a pre-farmed golden troop for Escoffier? Yeah, I do. I do. Put it on Mika. Yeah. No, this one won't work, right? Because I'm capped. Yeah, this one is overcapped on crit. Fuck. So I guess I have to use this. Still a little overcapped, but oh well. Oh well.
Stop right there. Control breathing. Start the clock. Light of the blazing sun. Time.
Is that actually the new Scurf leaks? Have there been new leaks yesterday? No? Okay. Got jabasted.
Justice will prevail. Stronger. Wrath from the sky. It's justice o'clock. Hurry up, Grassa.
I'm just late then, yep. Just clarify that she doesn't count for her passive, yeah. How are you overcapping with 80% crit rate? Because Mika doesn't have crit rate ascension. Guess if he does. That's 19 more crit rate there. And car resonance. That's another 15 more crit rate there.
Control breathing. Let's move. Pyroclastic surge. It's justice o'clock.
What the fuck are you doing, man? What the fuck?
Headbutt. Look out below. Hands where I can see 'em. Quick as a flash. Light it up. Wrath from the sky.
Hey, what the heck?
Now, time. Hurry up, Grassa.
It's not loading.
You asked for it. Let's rise with the sun. Pyroclastic surge. Time.
Oh. That's awful. That's terrible. Oh. What the fuck? It's not as bad as low, but it's not good.
Stronger. Light of the blazing sun. Here are we coming.
The bar is underground, yeah. Oh, pre-lock? Pog? It won't be good. Yeah. I knew it wasn't gonna be good.
Add Astra. Thank you for coming.
Is this Escoffier damage the same as Emily?
Add Astra.
It's similar at a baseline, but Escoffier often ends up with more buffs than Emily. So it ends up being more damage.
Gotta steer clear of other people. Let's roll. Hurry up, Grassa. Gotta steer clear of other people.
Anyways. Alright, chat. Let's go do some more of this testing. So, what should we do? We can do a Chaska team first side, I suppose. The biggest thing with Chaska is that in this Abyss, pretty much all of her non-Mawika teams are ass. So it's kind of tragic. And I don't really want to just play a Mawika team, you know? Okay, actually, you know what? I'm gonna play Molani. It won't be fun, but I'm gonna play Molani. This is a really bad Abyss for her. But, oh well. Oh well. Everything will be fine. Let's go two-piece, two-piece. This. And this. 260 ER. Crit rate is low because we don't have the right circlet. Let's make sure we use the right circlet. Right. 280 ER on two-piece Cinder City should be good enough. Hopefully. First side, let's do... Do we do Chaska? Sure, fuck it. Definitely a Chaska team. Klugi. Klugi. Totally a Chaska team. Klugi. Klugi. It's a Chaska team. My energy's a little cooked. Big. What the fuck was that? Dude, I've never seen anything like that before. Oh, we didn't get the tape on that. I should have just focused on breaking the pearl, honestly. That was actually a skill issue. Like, I'm gonna blame it on my own lack of skill, not on Molani. I would have gotten 3 stars if I focused on the Pearl at the start instead of trying to... Yeah. But I'm too lazy to restart. Okay, thank you for the raid. Ready? I didn't fucking shoot. Alright. Alright. How bad is this gonna be? It won't be that bad, right? I'm gonna be honest, my damage feels a bit lower than it should. Okay, really? Okay, whatever. Fine. Sorry. Maybe I just got really bad wits with RNG consistently. We are so cooked, man. Okay, is my Milani on the wrong build, or is she just that fucking bad? Like, what's going on? Fucking hell. Like, is she on the wrong fucking main stats or some shit? No. I guess, kind of. I should probably have her on the M-Sands if I'm... But I do have Sucrose on the team, so it shouldn't be that bad. Man, she's so bad. Like, it says 0 EM on the sheet, but in practice, she's at over 200 EM. Because I'm playing Sucrose. Right, like, keep that in mind. Maybe I'm not on VV? No, I am. Your CV seems suspiciously low. I have HP circlet. Oh, yeah. Oh. Maybe I'm just getting bad wits with RNG every single fucking time. Maybe that's what's going on. Like, that's possible. I wasn't paying attention to which buff I was getting. Maybe we just play a team that relies less on breakpoints. We don't use Sucrose. Don't use VV at all. And first side, we play something a little better than Chaska. Well, it wasn't the first side that was the problem, honestly. But I don't really need to test Chaska, so we can move on. To Volcano. If you play Arlecchino, you really want Sucrose channeling here, huh? I guess I don't need channeling here if I'm using Nahida. I can use Moika. But then... Nah, I could just use Chivalers instead. Because I really want to use the Unsun anyways. So, yeah. Let's do that. What the fuck is... That's a Crescent Pike? I was like, I don't recognize this weapon. I don't think I've ever seen the Crescent Pike with the fucking scythe animation for on Arlecchino. Fuck. Okay. Fixed. Honestly, we should probably go EM Sens anyways. I also might have an EM Sens with HP subs. Like, that's pretty good. I guess. That's pretty good as well, yeah. Let's use that. But now I'm way overcapped. Ooh, that's a problem. That's a big problem. Big problem. Yeah, that won't work. I need to sword by EM, then crit damage, then HP percent. Eh. I just have too much crit rate on my pieces, man. Actually, maybe I can use... Yeah, it's such a bad piece for her, though. This, maybe? Yeah, we can use this. Alright, we're not that overcapped anymore. That's good enough. Oops. I'll do this for the healing.
Stop right there.
Midnight Phantasmical.
because I got hit like an idiot. I don't want to talk about that. Bro, no one saw that. Bro, stop overload! Pearl! Stupid fucking Pearl. Ha! I'm gonna lose it. If that Pearl overloads me one more fucking time, I'm going to be very unhappy. So, I guess I didn't know about this, but chat, if you trigger burning on the seahorse, the burning will trigger overload on the Pearl, and that overload on the Pearl deals damage to you and knocks you back. So, now you know. I could have started hitting it there, but I didn't really feel like it.
As you wish, me.
Because it's not like I need to. Alright. It's gonna be a little annoying, but... Okay, never mind, we're fine. Bro, how did I get all the way over there, by the way? Really? Oh, we are cooked. Yeah. Nothing I can do about this one.
Committed to memory. Bring it. Roll. Let's ride.
Second shield phase, yeah. We just don't have enough damage to kill it fast enough. Man, it's kinda cooked, huh?
Stronger. Justice will prevail. Stop her. Midnight, then. Go everlasting as the moon. Overrule. Final warning. Hands where I can see 'em. Quick as a flash. My royal.
What? How did that hit me?
Full speed ahead. Stand down. Drop your weapons. Justice will prevail.
Whatever.
Control breathing. On.
As you wish, Mainfreud.
Transfixed.
Whatever.
This is where I fall. Overruled.
We survived, that's fine. Alright, we have 0 HP, but it's fine. Surely we'll be able to Molani burst, right? Or to Luna burst? Yeah, we're fine.
Committed to memory.
Oh boy.
Let the mountain's veins boil. Nice and spicy. Carving waves. Sharing my knowledge.
I'll do this because I kind of need the healing.
Let's ride. Committed to memory. Carving waves.
Please let me ah! Okay, we're fine.
Bring it. Let the mountains veins. This way, Colonel. Make yourselves at home. You're toast. Nice and spicy.
We're so cooked. Bro. There's actually people that thought this unit was better than Nebulat, by the way. Oh man. It's fine. It's just such a bad abyss from Molani, man. Please check the minus 15k. You mean every abyss? I mean, abyss is often bad for Molani. I'm not adding cat clap, but it's not a bad one. It's just we don't have a lot of slots left. %8 usage. Is she actually at 8? That's surprising. I expected her to be below 8, this abyss. No, 6%. Okay, that makes more sense. 6% I think makes a lot more sense than 8. I still think it's a little high, honestly. Look at the teams, 1 sneak. Is Risley solo still top 10? God damn it, man. These fucking Risley players need to stop. Alright, should we take a look at the YS helper data? Let's do that. Let's take a look at the units used to trade this abyss so far. So number 1 is Shilonen. That kind of makes sense, I guess. Shilonen is a shredder that doesn't require a specific aura on the enemy to function. Like the Cinder City does, but it's not the end of the world if you don't get it. And so she's among the better shredders for the first side, because Tulpa limits your options. So Shilonen being higher than usual makes sense. Second side, well, you've got units with high resistances. Right, the Consecrated Beast is 30% to all and 70 to their own element. Do these guys have high resistances too? No, they don't. Only to Hydro. Hydro and Animo, I guess. Okay. I wonder how much of the high Shilonen usage is a direct consequence of first side completely countering Nevilette and second side having high Hydro resistance. So if you want to play Nevilette, you really want to play him with Shilonen plus VV. Right, usually it's fine if you only have one source of shred in your Nevilette team, but when you are fighting enemies with high resistances, having multiple sources of shred helps a lot more. So I feel like a lot of the popularity for Shilonen is because of the amount of people that are playing her with Nevilette. There's also the fact that she's still a great teammate for Maoika, right? But yeah, I feel like it's a mix of both. These are the top teams in popularity. But yeah, like, just literally Nevilette with Shilonen is something 14% of people are doing with this exact team. Right? Interesting. Varesa with Changling is surprisingly high. Huh. Mainly used first side, which makes sense. Varesa is surprisingly low. What, in general, you mean? 29.9%. I guess that is true. That is pretty low. It's probably because Maoika is a very popular unit. And if you're playing Maoika, you probably want to play her first side, not second side. Are you surprised that Ayaka is in the top 5 teams? Is she? Oh, interesting. Yeah, I guess I am. I did say that it makes sense for Ayaka to be good this Abyss when we talked about her yesterday. But actually, it's because, okay, it's because both Shenhe and Kokomi are relatively unpopular units. Right, like, you need to understand, this is sorted by the out of the people that have these units, how many are playing this team, right? And because there's less people that have Shenhe, it means that it's gonna boost this team's usage rate, right? But if you look at the appearance rate, it's 1.1%. It's the lowest one out of all of the ones here. By far. It appears less often than solo Risley. What's the difference between use rate and usage rate? So here, this use rate column stands for out of the people who own Mawika, Shilonen, Sitlali, and Bennett, how many of these people are playing this specific team based on the data they've collected. And so, based on the data they've collected, 41% of the people that own these 4 units play this specific team. This column, the column that's titled usage rate, this is out of every single submission, out of every single clear that was collected with their data, how many of them are using this team as one of their teams. In other words, it's the usage rate multiplied by the ownership rate. Or you can say that this column is this divided by this, right? Because 16% of people are playing this team, but only 40% of people own this team, which means that 16 out of 40, so 41%, of the people that own these units decided to play it. But yeah, a unit like Ayaka here, right? Ayaka is a unit that's relatively weak, all things considered, and that's why her total usage rate is, you know, not that high. Even though this is an Abyss that's pretty good for her. But this team has a high use rate because only 8% of players that submitted the data own these 4 units. Out of those 8%, 1% of that played this team, but that's enough because 1.1 out of 8.8 is still pretty high. And you can expect that a lot of this data is going to be people that have C2 Ayaka, that have Ayaka Sig, that have constellations on Shenhe, stuff like that. Yeah, this one is a little fucking interesting, I guess. That one fucking Baiju main DPS player that cleared with fucking Baiju carry with Farina, Kazuha, Nebula on the first side is crazy. Holy. I wonder if that's fucking fully M Baiju or DPS Baiju. It's probably fully M, right? I'm pretty sure even at C6, fully M Baiju will clear faster than damage Baiju, right? And to be fair, if you go fully M Baiju in something like that, it's not so different from playing Hyper Bloom. It's gonna be a bit weaker, but it's not that different. I really don't want to gear, so I'm not gonna. But I can just... Actually, Baiju's application should be about as fast as Nahida's application in something like this. Right, the problem is that it's weaker application, but that doesn't matter against an aura. So I could just fucking pretend like this is Baiju and use her. But, like, it won't be great, and you're gonna die really quick if you don't have a healer. But it is doable. Like, that's probably what they did. Yeah, it's basically like playing Nilo against this. Kind of. Deepwood Farina? Yeah, you probably do Deepwood Farina. Instructor Kazuha. Gilded Baiju. Phoebe dividend, that's not how that works. Oh yeah, you can use Ashgraven Drinkenhorn to get like 80k damage from Zhongli, too. Right? Once every 15 seconds. Or not, fucking Nevilet. Once every 15 seconds, you just swap into Nevilet, you press E, you get 80k damage. It'd be a bit less for me, but yeah. Nice little 40k damage for free. Huge. Big. Big. And then Chamber 3 will be really easy because you're in AoE with Bloom. So you're fucking vibing, right? Is that like a very anti-gumming Abyss? I don't know about that. I think gumming feels kind of ass on the second side because of the Seahorse being goddamn cringe. But the Seahorse is cringe against a lot of stuff. It's not just gumming. And then first side, he felt completely fine. Could this Abyss be considered half decent for Nilo? No. No, it's not a good Abyss for Nilo. Like, I'm saying that it's doable for Baiju, but like, I'm not saying it's good, obviously. Right? I'm just trying to make sense of this 1%. Obviously, I wouldn't fucking recommend trying to play fully M Baiju in this Abyss as your main form of damage against Tolpa to play Nevilet first side. No, but it's a pretty bad one for Nilo, unfortunately. Chamber 3 is fine for her, but Chambers 1 and 2 are rough. I will say, the nice thing about the Automaton is that outside of the teams that can shred it really quickly, between the bad teams and the fine teams, there's not that much of a difference in clear times. you'll just clear it like 150 instead of 130, and it won't be that big of a deal because you get a lot of percent HP damage from it. Or from its mechanics. But yeah, it's kind of tragic that even in an abyss like this, Neuvillette is still fucking goated. Like, really, who's better than Neuvillette's second side in this abyss? There's characters that have better matchups, but they are not as good, so are they actually better to use? You could say Maoika, to some extent, maybe. But you'd prefer using Maoika first side over second side. Hyper Bloom. I don't know if I'd say Hyper Bloom is better, but it's certainly an option. Kinich. I don't think Kinich is better. Yeah, wait, once Escoffier comes out, Ayakatines will be better. But you'll also just be able to play Escoffier and Neuvillette, and it won't be that much worse. Arlecchino? Is Arlecchino actually better? I'm not sure. I think it's close. I think she is better, but not by much. Honestly, the biggest reason why I feel like Neuvillette is still one of the better characters second side is because the chamber he struggles with the most is the third one, and the third chamber is the easiest of the three. Just play Arlecchino Burning second side. Arlecchino Burning will be better than just using a second Shredder, I think. Because you got relatively high resistance enemies, and honestly, burning against a seahorse is so goddamn annoying. What am I clear with Wanderer today? I feel like Wanderer would have a bit of a difficult time on Chamber 3, but I guess it's kind of the same thing as Neuvillette, where Chamber 3 is the easiest one, so it's fine. And I suppose he should have a pretty good matchup against Chambers 1 and 2, so it makes sense for him to be alright this Abyss. How are you feeling about Mono Pyro Linny this Abyss? I just hate playing Linny against Tulpa. In my eyes, playing Linny is probably the character that feels the worst to play against Tulpa. Even with a shielder, you like... Maybe with Lanyan, it's not that bad, I guess. I'm actually kind of curious. If I go a normal Lanyan build, I'm gonna have her on Oathsworn instead of... I'm gonna have her on Oathsworn instead of TDDS to make up for the fact that she's not fully leveled. How many hits can I tank from Tulpa if I don't use the C2? We tank 1 hit. We tank 2 hits. My god, we can tank 3 hits. Okay, I guess Lanyan makes it enough. Lanyan is kind of the GOAT, yeah. We're not getting vaped. I feel like my shield's gonna expire. Yeah, my shield expired. Oh, I framed it. I'm a fucking genius. I never managed to iframe that attack. Why is it that the time I'm not even trying, I managed to do it? What level is her skill? 6. Or is it 9? No, I think it's 6. I don't think I have cons past 2. Okay. Can we tank this part? Yeah, can tank this part, no problem. Then we can refresh the shield, but... Okay, so I guess with Lanyan, Linny can probably do it without that much of a problem. With Zhongli, you can't. I think I can tank 1 hit and a half, maybe. What if I don't have the TOM because the pillar gets despawned? Oh, we tanked 2 hits. Kind of, yeah. Alright. We can tank like 2.5 hits, but then the shield's gone. Yeah, alright. Yeah, if you're using Lanyan, you should be fine. Plus, Lanyan can get up here, which is nice. Forgot about that. Yeah, Lenny should be fine if you're using Lanyan. What if no C2? Lenny doesn't really proc Lanyan C2 anyways. Yeah, JM, I would appreciate that. Thank you. Do 1 run on him. The problem is that my Lenny build isn't the best. Like, it's pretty bad. So... okay, that's definitely not it. It's gonna be kind of painful. I guess we just use Shangling and pretend like it's Lenny doing the work. That sounds like a plan. Probably have way more ER than I need right now. Get an EM sense. Crit is a little sus. Get this. It's good enough. And I'll do Fab Lanyan, I guess. For just chill stuff. Or do I go TDDS? I'll just go through DDS. I know I should. Then second side. What should we do? What's popular that I don't usually play on the second side? The Hyper Bloom, I guess. Nevilet, Ayaka, I don't have. Nevilet. Risley, lol W. Oh. Maybe we can do it Kinete clear, I guess. Yeah, that's fine. Sounds like a plan. A little overcapped on crit, but I don't really care. Is that Deepwood? Yeah, that is Deepwood. We go Deathmatch. Should be 80 something, 220. Yep. Then Moika. Probably crit ratio is a little sus right now because we swapped to Blacklift. So let's make sure we go for a normal crit ratio by using a crit rate circlet. And let's make sure we use attack main stat, not EM. Not quite 100%, but close enough. Right. Alright, let's do this. How bad could it really be?
Here comes the finesse. Step right up. Let's light it up. I'm going in. Open fire. Nice and spicy.
Oh, fuck me. Fuck.
Now disappear.
I guess my shield expired. He's gonna move, isn't he? Yeah.
Everybody stand back. Your toes. Bubba, get them. Let's get this show on the road. Step, let's light it up.
Can you just die already? Come on. There we go. Was cringe and Molani? Yes. But still.
Look at the flash. Light up the blazing sun. Full throttle.
I gotta remember I don't really have healing.
Claim these souls.
Russian floral. Burn it down. Rock on the sky.
Free. Hear ye the word of joy. Grace be upon you. Peace and hope find you.
Light it up. Extract. Control breathing. On pyroclastic surge.
Target acquired.
A little ambiance. Quick as a flash. Let's light up the blazing sun. Giant.
Locked up.
Alright. It worked out. Not too bad. Okay. How scuffed is this gonna be? Probably very. Fuck.
And voila! A round of applause. Nice and spicy. Everybody stand back. Closing in. Eat this.
Yeah, I guess without the elemental. Oh, fuck you. Fuck. Alright.
Going in. Nice and spicy. Here comes the finale. Now just you're toast. Let's light it up. Teamwork is great. Up and away. And walk. At the frying pan, into the fire. Let's light it up. I'm going in.
I fucked up.
Show on the road. Step right.
He's gonna do his thing, right? Yeah.
Now disappear.
Oh boy. Oh yeah, I could have just gone up with Lanyan, I forgot.
Recon. Control breathing. Rise with the sun. Pyroclastic surge.
Is this enough time? Not if I do that.
Bow before your king.
Oh, okay, fuck you.
Russian floral. Quick as a flash. Let's move. Light up the blazing sun. Both rock.
I got him cornered.
Step aside. Burn it down.
We're kind of cooked.
Shadow the past. Mine to command.
We're not gonna get it. We're close, but not quite.
Stronger. On my mark. Extract.
But that's definitely not on Kanich. It's not entirely on Linny either. If my Linny build was a bit better, it would have been fine.
Everybody stand. You're toast. Nice and Step right up. Here comes the finale. Into
Oh well.
Neutralize. Control breathing. Let's
Rise with the sun.
light up the blazing.
I got him cornered.
Will I be able to E? No.
Quick as a flash. On my mark. Burn it down.
That's fine, I guess.
Locked up.
A little ambiance. Let's pyroclastic surge.
Target acquired.
Bow before your king. Reconstitute. This will brighten up the place. Stronger. On my
Rise with the sun.
wrath from the sky.
Yeah, we're fine.
Locked up.
Chamber 2 was a little sus, but that's just because my Lenny wasn't all that well built. I'll take the L on that one. Is Deepwood more important to Kanichi than Scroll? Yes, it is. If you can only use one of the two, you should definitely be using Deepwood. But yeah, it's just getting through Automaton with Lenny without a Natlan character, so with only one down, is just rough. It's pretty fucking rough, man. And if it's on top of that, a level 80 Lenny, it's not fully ascended, on level 8, yeah. Is Shilonen a viable and good alternative to Shannon and the Varesa team? It is noticeably worse, but it's also a little bit easier to play with Shilonen, so it's not the end of the world. And Varesa's strong enough to be able to still have very good results, even if her team is not her best one. How about to empty nation?
Time to shine. Quick as a flash. Let's hear the echoes of the valley. Justice o'clock.
So here it's hitting for what, 180k,
Justice o'clock.
190k,
Okay, now to blast.
170k. So it hovers around 180 with Shangyun.
Make way.
What the heck? Hello? Whatever. 240k. But you gotta refresh the VV and it can be a bit annoying against enemies like this. How the fuck did it have time to lose the thing, by the way? That's like very weird.
Stray cloud confirmed. Justice o'clock.
And then, yeah, I mean, this isn't exactly the rotation you should be doing with Xianyan.
Seize the skies. Headbutt. Heads up. Justice o'clock. Kapow! Hero incoming. Boost. Hero incoming. Yeah. Kapow! Justice o'clock. Boost.
Whatever. Hmm. How does your Yonsan deal so much damage? Down level 13, because she's C6. And just a pretty fucking good build overall. Like, my Yonsan is one of my best build characters, which is kind of sad. I wish it was a fucking carry that had a build like that, but, I mean, it is what it is. Okay, it's because I actually got, like, insane artifacts on Cinder City. All of my luck in that domain went to Cinder City instead of Codex. Like, if you look at my artifact quality on Cinder City, it's fucked up. It's actually fucked up. Like, this is my average Cinder City flower. 9 rolls. Not 9 rolls, but a fuck ton of VR. Chill, 7 rolls. A bit on the lower side. 9 rolls. 9 rolls. Like, it's completely fucked up how good my luck on Cinder City is. Nine rolls. This one's only 9 rolls for Shilonen, I suppose. Oh no. Only 7? Disgusting. Yeah, it's just, yeah. It's cooked, man. It's cooked. I wish I got that luck on Obsidian instead, but I didn't. It is what it is. Anyways. Boy. But yeah, I'm realizing this is definite. I think this Abyss is harder than the last one. Like, when I'm playing my optimal teams, it doesn't feel like any sort of, it doesn't feel like there's any problem. But I'm noticing that a lot of the suboptimal stuff I try isn't clearing in time, and it's probably the most it's ever happened in my Abyss testing. Remember when the 12-3 was Swan Knee in beta, man? Honestly, I don't even know if that would have been that much worse. Because this is not that fast to do either. Like, there aren't that many teams that can clear this chamber in less than 3 rotations. You think I can clear with Shao? If you have a very strong Shao, yeah, but I tried it and I was struggling. You didn't do a continuous 4-star? No, but I could have. I did run with 4 stars where I kept the same teams on each chamber and got 3 stars. But it's because I got 2 stars on the first chamber and then 3 stars on the next, and then I restarted because I was too lazy to fucking... I was tired of throwing my head against the wall against a seahorse because it's an annoying enemy, so I just came back to it later. But I did it with the same... Like, I could have done a continuous. I just didn't have the willpower to. The continuous is very doable. Bishop is so annoying. Every time you stun him, he moves back like 5 kilometers. Yeah, dude. I was doing the Bishop with Overload Versa yesterday, and I made him go from the middle to a side of the abyss back to the middle before I kill him. It was so funny because Versa staggers him so much. On each overload, on each charge attack, and on each plunge, he gets staggered. It's so much, man. Yeah, he didn't do a single attack. But yeah, honestly, I actually think the worst part of this abyss is the seahorse. It's not necessarily the hardest, but it is the worst. Seahorse is just so annoying. What's still Nutty's best team in your opinion for this abyss? Oh, that's a good question. It's probably just the Farina Baiju Hyperbloom team. Or maybe Farina Kuki with Nahida. I don't know which one's better, actually. The Kuki one just feels like ass to play, because still Nutty having to stay close to enemies is... Ugh. But it is what it is. Instructor Elegy plus Fischl and Yai. I don't think it's that in this abyss. Seahorse is too rough for that team, I think. Freeze works really good, worked weirdly good for me. Yeah, this is a pretty good abyss for Freeze. They want to sell Escoffier, you know? So of course they're gonna give us a good Freeze abyss. To be fair, Moika made any abyss iteration even more of a joke than it was, yeah. Moika is the reason why this abyss is rough. My Yansan almost died. I'm pretty sure she gets... Where the fuck did he go? I'm pretty sure she gets one-shot by that. Alright. No blue. Oh, cooked day. Cooked day. No blue. Ooh, that's bad. Uh, Chat, I want them to add the Peak and Abyss. It's actually a fun fight, man. We see the 5.6 weekly boss? No. I try not to spoil myself for new new weekly bosses. Like I've seen it, but I haven't looked at any of its mechanics or anything like that. Dvalin and Abyss when can finally use Ganyu again. Alright, buddy, calm down. Can you please look at my minus 15k? Sure. Of a horse. This is dog shit. What the fuck?
There's a lot that goes into managing an orchard. Watering, weeding,
I'm adding it.
soil, making sure the temperature is right.
No.
You have to keep the fruit in a good mood.
Oh, paid streamer, but it's Veressa instead of Gumming. I don't know. The thing about it being Gumming is that as much as Gumming is good, he's also fucking cringe to play, and a lot of people will not have good results with him. And so it's kind of funny to have the implication that I'm getting paid to spread Gumming propaganda. Right? It's a lot less funny for Veressa because she's actually good and easy to play. You know?
Hurry up, Brassa.
So I don't want to replace the paid streamer for Veressa instead of Gumming. Anyway, let's think about this a little more. Hu Tao at 11.7, Raiden at 12.8. I wonder what Hu Tao or what Raiden's most popular team is. Probably still Shovel Knight, right? Have they fixed the YS Helper? No, they haven't. It still doesn't work on PC. Network connection failed. Are they planning on fixing it? Of top 40. Can you send me the like top teams for Raiden? Raiden, yeah. Raiden. I'm very curious. Yeah, like, I want to see how high Hyper Bloom is, honestly.
Strength is one of those things where you gotta use it or lose it.
Anyways. Who's the lowest? Hazel. Who are all those 0.1%? Hazel, Razor, Shinyan. Sethos is that low? That's kind of sad. Like, I guess it makes sense because he's hard to play, but it's still kind of sad. Being as low as Alloy is... Boy. I guess more people have him than Alloy. But I don't know. Sayu, Ember, Dory, Candice, Kave. Yeah. Chongin at 0.2%. My goat. Gumming at 0.4. Oh boy. I wonder what percentage of Gaming owners have C6. It's probably a stat you can find on that website as well, right? You McLorb more than Gaming. Okay, the thing is, she hasn't been added to the standard banner a very long time ago, so most of the people that have her right now aren't people that got her from standard banner or from losing 50-50. They're people who went for her on her banner, and those people are going to play her no matter what. Her usage rate will go down significantly, I think, with time. Damn. Hyperbloom Raiden is low. The highest Hyperbloom Raiden is at 0.4. That's crazy. Wait, that's not even Hyperbloom. Never mind. What the fuck is that? I saw Naida, I was like, that's gotta be Hyper... That's not Hyperbloom. Oh my. That's... Listen, okay, I understand if you're someone who likes Raiden why you wouldn't want to play Hyperbloom. But I don't understand why you would want to play this. Also, I fucking can't. Dude, what is this? Oh, that's hilarious. I sent top 50 by appearance rate? So... Obviously, the Mawika Shilonen team is quite high. I'm actually kind of curious where Mawika Yeonsan Sidlali is. Certainly seems like it's quite low. Huh. 4.7. A lot lower. Wait, that's not even with Bennett. It's even lower down. Is it not even in the top 60? That's crazy. Damn. The top 50, I mean. Huh. That's very surprising. Like, I'm not surprised Shilonen is used more, but I am surprised that Yeonsan is used so little. She is new, I mean, still. Yeah, I guess. No, but even then, Mawika can go up the pillars, so... Xiangling is more popular than Mawika in the sample by like 100 people. That's really funny. But it makes sense. This is a very good abyss for Xiangling. It's a Tulpa abyss. Tulpa abyss is always so good for Xiangling.
Running late again. Gotta steer clear of other people.
And it's not even just one chamber that's a Tulpa chamber. You've got a Tulpa 2 on chamber 3. And Tulpa is like actively good for Xiangling, but actively bad for Maoika. Because Maoika's teams by default very much want to be played melt, which means that Tulpa reduces the damage you do because it prevents you from melting. Whereas Xiangling's teams often either don't have reactions for Xiangling, or at best they're vape. And often they struggle with it too. Like, against bosses to maintain the aura for Xiangling to vape. Like, the Maoika, Yansan, Bennett, Sitlali team is Yansan's 14th most popular team, so people just don't use it. Yeah, that's kind of funny. Yeah. So, the most popular Veresa team is actually... Wait, is it Maoika or... It's actually Xiangling. Wow. This has a higher usage rate, but that's just because less people have Maoika. Makes sense. How good does the team even feel? Probably feels alright, right? I have, or did I play Maoika last time? I don't remember. Yeah, like look at this fucking Xiangling damage. Like, we can one-rotate this shit. That's kind of wild, huh? And that's with a build that's not even, like, min-max for Xiangling damage. He's on fucking Fav, for fuck's sake. Yeah. And it's a 375% HP of this, too. Man, that's kind of crazy. Yeah, I wonder if I'd actually get better results if I fucking stalled on Xiangling to stack up Chevy. Doesn't seem like a noticeable difference. Well, actually, it kind of is a noticeable difference. We can probably get a sub 20, even without changing our builds. What did you do differently? I didn't cast Shambling Burst instantly so that I could get more than one stack on Chevreur's damage percent. Snapshot it onto Shangling's Burst. Right? Because if I do it instantly... Alright, my burst hits for 54k, and then with the shred, bro, 60k. But if I stall a little,
Quick as a flash.
62k instead, 56. Why did it go down this time? Alright, whatever. I can't be bothered. I think we're getting 4 stacks, but we might be losing out on Yansan C6 from doing that, so I'm not sure. Yansan isn't getting power scrolls? Yeah, I know. Yeah, I think we didn't get the Yansan C6 there. Only 6 people used those. That's funny. Yeah, if I just mash... this might actually just be, well, 52k. Right, the first few hits are higher because of Song of Days Past. That's why. Mid-max a Channeling build, 0 your full damage? Meh, it's fine. It's fine. If I really wanted to min-max, I'd put her back on the Codex build with Widsith, and I'd reset for good Widsith RNG. But at that point, that's not fun anymore. Can a free-to-play Verissa do the same damage? Verissa's C1, it's something I talked about yesterday. It doesn't affect her skill damage, it doesn't affect her charge attack damage, and it doesn't affect the plunge attack while in, or like the enhanced plunge damage. It only affects the unenhanced plunge and the mini burst damage, right? But the mini burst is going to be your biggest screenshot number, which means that just looking at screenshot numbers, you're not getting these numbers on C0 or 0. But while my build is ranked pretty high on Akasha, that's mostly because not a lot of people use crit rate weapon. And so a lot of people have their build min-max for a crit damage weapon. And so they omega overcap on a crit rate weapon, which makes it so that builds with better quality artifacts than mine end up ranking below mine on the ranking for Lost Prayers. My Verissa, last time I checked, was like top point something %. I wonder if she's still there. No, now she's 1.5. It's a bit lower. People got better gear, but still, right? She's top 1.5%, but it's not because her build is that good. It's because most of the people who submit their Verissa build go crit rate circlet because they use a crit damage weapon. And with a crit rate circlet on the Lost Prayers ranking, they'll be at 120 crit rate. But like in reality, my Verissa build is actually pretty whatever. It's pretty underwhelming. Like 28 useful stats is not very good, including ER. Like that's not good. In terms of overall DPS, a Verissa with a good build at C0 will outdamage mine, for sure. But for the screenshot number, even with a good build, your mini burst is probably not doing as much as mine in the same team. Your sand looks bad. Yeah, my sand is pretty bad. Even my feather is not that good, right? Because it has 4 attack rolls, 3 crit rolls, which, like, that's 7 rolls, but 4 of those rolls are attack. It's a Zajef piece, you know? Yeah, unironically, the biggest factor that makes my Veresa better than most Veresas is that I have C6 Yansan. And a lot of people that are at C0 Veresa don't have C6 Yansan. I'm actually kind of curious how much damage we do in one rotation with Maoika. Alright, with a slightly extended rotation with Shanling, we were able to one-rotate. I think we're going to be pretty far from it with this, but I kind of want to check how far.
You went for it. No. Start to burn it down. Pyroclastic surge. Hero incoming. Yeah. Oof. Hi. Yeah. Yeah. Justice o'clock. Yeah. Oof. Heads up.
We're actually not that far. We can extend the rotation and get it done. Alright. Not too bad. Because the Veresa's damage is noticeably higher.
Justice will prevail. Quick as a flash. Light of the blazing sun. Both rock. Charge. Yeah. Yeah. Charge. Oof. Hut. Hi. Hit. Yeah. Hut. Hero incoming. Hut.
If you spin on Maoika for a bit, is it faster? I guess there's no downside to doing at least 1 spin. And I can do 3 spin without much of a problem.
Yeah. Hands where I can see 'em. Start the
Rise with the sun.
wrath from the sky.
Light it up.
Justice o'clock. Yeah. Hut. Hi. Yeah. Oof. Hero incoming. Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah.
We die though. It kind of changes the timing. Versus team is probably fastest team for Tulpa at low cost. I don't think so. Maybe. I don't know. Is 4 spins worth since that'll vape 2? Your 3rd spin vapes if you dash. Because dash shares ICD with spins. So if you C2DC, you'll get 2 vapes. Are there any good 4-star only teams for this Abyss? I did my clear with Channeling Chevaleur's first side. And Hyperfridge with Kea second side. Maoika's fastest? No, definitely not. Well, maybe Maoika Changeling. The thing is, you gotta understand, against Tulpa, Changeling does more damage than Maoika. Changeling against Tulpa is fucking goated, okay? Like, if you're looking at a default team, let's say a Chlorinde team, right? Actually, before that, let me check how many hits we actually get on Tulpa. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 21. We can probably get a bit. We can probably get 22 if we're lucky. With Varesa, you probably do get 22 because you kind of force your spin to go faster. Let's say 22. By default, you get like, I mean, it kind of depends, but 12-ish. So base attack, attack percent, flat attack, total attack, damage percent, crit value, crit multiplier, EM multiplier, E attack, vape, motion value, vape, damage. So, by default, I mean, we can talk about a Varesa team. In a Varesa team where you don't get any additional hits, which generally you do get additional hits on Varesa because of her movement, but let's, for now, let's just take a look at if you don't, right? So, Shanling's base attack is 225. Let's say you put her on Fav. Attack percent, let's say you go... With Fav, you can probably get away with attack sense. Or should we just use catch, ER sense? Let's use catch, ER sense, fuck it. Attack percent, so 20% from subs, 25 from Power Resonance, 20 from Noblesse. 40 from Chevaleuse. Let's do that for now. Flat attack, 350 plus 810. You gotta add overloads too? Shit, you're right. Fuck. You're right, because you do get quite a few. Alright. Total attack. This times 1 plus this plus this. Honestly, you can probably, if you go Fabian-san, Fav, Chevaleuse, you can probably do rotations where you don't need ER Sense. So let's go attack sense for now. Oh yeah, there's also C2 on Eon-san. I forgot. Alright. Damage percent, Goblet, Eon-san C6. Chevaleuse, let's say 1 proc of it. Emblem, let's say she's on like 200 ER requirements. 190. Let's say, sure. Do you have any other sources of damage percent here? I don't think so. Crit value. Oh, right, catch. I said catch. Crit value, 60 plus 62.2 plus 20 times 6.6 plus 24. This square divided by 8 plus 1. EM, 96 plus, let's say, 60. Effective attack is total attack multiplied by 1 plus damage percent multiplied by crit multiplier. Effective attack vape is just this multiplied by EM multiplier vape. Damage overload is overload base damage. I need to fucking remember this by heart, man. 3979 times EM multiplier overload. Have you seen this weird Versa interaction with Yelan and Singto? Usually Elan and Singso activate whenever you perform, or whenever a character performs a normal attack. But on Veresa it behaves differently. What the fuck is that? That's hilarious. That's really funny. So she's the best favorite? No, that's not how that works. As it turns out, standing there and looking at the enemy like an idiot doesn't tend to be a particularly smart thing to do. Anyways. So, motion value by default is 223 times 4 plus 144 plus 176 plus 219 plus 12 times 224. Number of overloads by default is like 2. Hey, thank you for the raid, Tula. Welcome, raiders. We're currently explaining why Xiangling is so fucking good against Tulpa. No, Lena Chan, if we did that, we would get like 40, basically 50 damage percent, not 50% damage percent. That would be 5,000% damage percent, which is not what you get from Emblem. R1 Harp and R5 Stringless to play both Fischl and Tuchnari on the same team. Assuming they're both on good builds, who should use what weapon? You should level up a Slingshot for Tuchnari. It's better than both Harp and Stringless. And then Fischl can be on either of the other two. It doesn't really matter. But in the meantime, while you're leveling a Slingshot, Harp on Tuchnari, Stringless on Fischl. Anyways, damage is gonna be 1 point... How much shred is Guoba again? Is it 10 or 15? I for war. 15. So you get 55 shred? Alright. So this is what you get from Xiangling and a Veresa team in like the average case scenario, right? Now let's take a look at Tulpa. So, what changes? Well, if you're actually changing your builds for it, you will go EM Sands instead of attack. The rest of your build won't change. But, now, we only get 176 and 219. And this is 1.5 times. 223 times 4 plus 144 plus 224 times 22. And we also get, like, at least 10 overloads. And that means that against Tulpa, Xiangling is doing more than 3 times more damage. I'm sure you can see how that can shake things up a little bit when it comes to teams and how they compare to one another. Yeah, as it turns out, it's kind of a big deal. Negligible increase, yeah, pretty much. I mean, let's actually put her on a build for this. She out damages Mawika in that slot? Yes, significantly so. I'll keep this one, even if it's a little ugly. I did not burst in time. My bad. But didn't I lose the energy? I feel like I lost the energy. Did I get staggered out of my burst? Oops. So we got a sub 20 there. And like the actual rotation would probably be more something like this, which is a little bit slower of a setup, but oops. That way you get the battery dish of those particles into channeling. Oh well. Oh well. Technically though, I'm not getting Cinder City. So ideally I should change Yansan to Noblesse if I really want to min-max things here. But I'm too lazy. I'm too lazy to do that. I can't be bothered. But like, as much as this is a Varesa team, I'm doing normal attack just so I can keep the electro application. You can see, right? I do more than half of his health from Shangling herself. Like, Shangling is out-damaging Varesa in this situation. I got less overloads than I should because Varesa's application on normal attack spam is slower. But yeah. All this to say, Shangling is very, very, very good against Dolpa. Like, really fucking strong. So, it makes a lot of sense for the Shangling team to be more popular than the Maoiko one. It is somewhat surprising because while it is stronger, I'm surprised that people recognize that it's stronger to the point that they play it more. But still. You also get to use my weakest second side. Yeah, that's true. I'm surprised to see that much Zhongli in our Arlecchino teams. I'm not. Chamber 1 is fucking rough. And while Lanyan is a bigger shielder than Zhongli for stuff like Tulpa, she also doesn't shred Tulpa's resistance. I am kind of curious if I can do Chamber 1 without dashing with Lanyan. Probably, right? What's the shield duration again? It's 12.5. We can probably have full uptime on Arlecchino. Go TTDS. Last lot, we go Chilonen, I suppose. Or maybe we go Eon San, just so we have something to deal with this. No, I'll go Chilonen. Just brain dead clear. What would be the most brain dead team I could do second side? Is it just Navidad? Moika with the Ansan. I don't have Bennett or Shilonen, so my last lot is a little sus if I do that. Just put Verissa in the bag and brute force. That sounds like a plan. That sounds like a plan. But if I'm doing it second side, I'll change back to this build. Alright.
Teamwork is trick. Closing in.
No dashing allowed.
Overruled. Let the magic's fate spoil. Going in. Teamwork is
Oh, fuck.
up and away.
Okay. I guess I don't even need to dash on this team, but I'll dash if I have to.
Justice o'clock. Too strong.
Bad dash.
Final warning. Lola, get them. You're toast. Justice will prevail. Stop right there. Drop your weapons. Quick as a flash.
We brute forced it. Alright. Remember not to muscle memory dash.
Everybody stand back. Butterfly.
Laid bare.
Letting brave names echo. Going in. Yeah.
Overruled.
Everybody stand back. Up and away.
Transfixed.
Going in. Butterfly. Swift as the swan.
Overruled.
Closing in.
Okay. We managed to do it without dashing again. Very big.
Nice and spicy. Final warning. Quick as a flash. Hi. Look out below. Justice o'clock. Oof. Turn. Heads up. You asked for it. Let's move. Out of frying pan. It's justice o'clock. Hi. Yeah. Look out below. Turn. Yeah.
Right.
Look out below. Hi.
Very cool. Last chamber without dashing. What does without dashing mean? It's without using the dash. Without pressing right click or shift.
Laid Bring it.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's light it up. It's time.
Transfixed.
Going in. Butterfly.
Laid bare.
Everybody stand.
It's fucking free, chat. It's fucking free, chat.
Transfixed.
In Lanyon we trust. Yes, sir. Fucking, it's a walk in the fucking park. Yes, sir. It sure is.
Control breathing. Hero incoming. Yeah. Boom. Justice o'clock.
Average Bishop moment, man. Holy fuck. He's gonna. Oh, he's not dead.
Stronger. Let's eat this. Booba, get them. Headbutt. Turn. Turn.
Ah, feels good, man. Nearly P, that's already done. But yeah, so As usual. I guess not as usual, but one thing that's nice. When's the last time we had a Tulpa Abyss, chat? Let me check. 5.1? When was Lanyon released? .3, yeah. So this is the first Tulpa Abyss since Lanyon release, right? So I think a lot of people don't know how good Lanyon is against Tulpa. Like, more casual players don't realize it, most likely. I'll be right back, chat. I'm back. I'm kind of curious about what sort of what other teams can easily slot in Lanyon. I guess Veresa probably can if you do something like this, right? Usually this team struggles from not having Electro Resonance value, but that won't be a problem against enemies with Hydro Auras. That's kind of bad, though. Because I don't know if you can get the Electro Swirl if you E. Like, if I do this, I don't think I get an Electro Swirl. And if you normal attack before you E, you don't get the Hydro Infused Shield. Because Bennett tick happens. So if you want to get the Hydro Infused Shield and your Swirl, you're kind of cooked. Oh, that's kind of annoying. In that case, you probably just don't use Bennett and use someone else instead. And probably something like this. Be pretty good. Did I get the Electro Swirl there? I don't think I did. I guess I didn't need to dodge that, huh? And then the Lanyon shield expired. It's okay, I suppose. Alright, what are the other carries that can slot in Lanyon easily? I guess there aren't that many, right? You can do Chlorine, I suppose. Yoimiya, sure. Hu Tao. Hu Tao struggles a bit more. Because Hu Tao's best teams are the ones with Farina. But Farina's not enough Hydro by herself, so you need Farina plus another Hydro, and then you need a healer, so you don't have a slot available for Lanyan. Neuvillette, yeah, but Neuvillette won't work first side. This is a good Hu Tao Abyss. It's an okay Hu Tao Abyss. The biggest problem is that Hu Tao's not actually that good for the Seahorse stuff. And Hu Tao's pretty bad for the Avatar of Lava. But Hu Tao's teams, by default, have a lot of non-power damage from double Hydro stuff. Right? So they also get kind of nerfed by Tulpa. But you can do Mono Hydro or Chevreuse Hu Tao, and it's pretty good. As long as you have a team that's really good against the second side of Chamber 2, because it'll be slower Chamber 2. I could play a Hu Tao team. I don't mind. I'll stick to HP Sands, I think. This one. This. Probably do something like this. But then, wouldn't it be better to go TF Hu Tao at that point? And yeah, maybe we just use Charling here instead of Yonsan. It's probably better, yeah. Then second side, what should we do? I'm gonna force Veresa team again. Honestly, I can probably duo with Veresa plus Yonsan as long as I get through the Seahorse shield. So let's just bring Quicken, because Nahida shreds the shield at an okay pace. And Bennett, maybe? That sounds good. Yeah, let's do that. I think this will be fine for the shield. I'm not sure. Oh, we're gonna get fucking overloaded again, aren't we? Whatever, it's fine. Bro, I can't. That's. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm. Yeah, without any shred, this might be a little too sus, huh?
Look out below. Justice o'clock.
Even if we break the shield fast.
Control breathing.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Headbutt. Charge.
Yeah.
Go. Temple of Wisdom. Let's leave her in the room. Stronger.
We're close, but we're not quite there.
Justice o'clock.
We're so close. Wait, I think we got it. That says that. Yes. Okay. Not even close. 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 Not even fucking close.
Like royal hands where I can see 'em. Into the fire.
No rest for.
Eat this.
Really?
Wings. Stop right. Nice and spicy. You asked for it. Drop your weapons.
As you wish.
Justice will prevail.
Honestly, I'm probably better off just fucking waiting, but whatever.
Time to go. Midnight.
I guess not.
Your weapons.
Okay. Okay. Do we have enough time for this now? I'm not sure.
Let's light it up. Going in. Quick as a flash. Smash down. Yeah. Kapow. Justice o'clock. Headbutt. Volcano kablam. Yeah. Let's move. Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's look. Justice o'clock. Yeah. Oof.
You fucking stupid goddamn idiot.
Committed to memory. Yeah. Look out below. Hi.
Fuck.
Look out below. Volcano kablam. Oof. Charge.
I guess I need to keep my burst for that. Otherwise we don't have the damage. Damn.
On. Hands where I can see 'em.
As you wish, mate.
Final warning.
I'm pretty sure I got the unlucky one. Oh, never mind.
I summon thee.
Okay, that was better. That was better. Alright. We survived. Alright. Alright, alright, alright. Whew. We got through. No problem. This part should be much easier. Darling, show them. Daisy. Did he just jump over the bullet? Did I just not hit my E? Oh, we are cooked. Bennett buff is not gonna work on this one. I don't even know why I even bothered to cast it. I know it's not gonna do anything. We got through. We got through. Alright, chat, I think we'll record a short video on the new Abyss. So everyone can say hi to YouTube. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi to a quick video on the new Abyss. While waiting for the meta roundup, I realized that because I want the meta roundup to include data from both my community and just overall user data, it forces me to post it a bit later. And a lot of people have already either finished or given up on Abyss by that point. So I decided to split the part of the meta roundup that is dedicated to tips on the specific chambers into a different video that I can post before I end up posting the meta roundup. So that's what this video is going to be. And if there's good reception to it, I'll keep doing that in the future as well. This Abyss, the blessing is somewhat irrelevant. It gives you a shockwave when you trigger a cryo reaction, up to once every 4 seconds. But the damage of that shockwave is pretty low. Oops. Did I not get it? 20k damage here. And it's true damage, so it doesn't benefit from buffs. It's not physical damage. You can't superconduct to increase it. Yeah, so it's 20k damage at most once every 4 seconds, which is 5k DPS if you trigger it off cooldown. But good teams nowadays at like average-ish investment are like 100k DPS. So it's pretty small, honestly. It's too small for it to matter that much. Blessings lately have been a lot less impactful, and instead of putting the power behind the blessings, they've put it behind the ley lines, mostly. So the ley lines are skill geo damage increased by 75% on the first half, and skill cryo damage increased by 75% on the second half. We currently don't have any cryo characters that deal significant skill damage. This is a buff that is very clearly designed for Escoffier. Escoffier is going to be coming out before this Abyss is gone, and it's clear that it's for her. The skill geo damage, though, is something that's going to be good for Ito, Navia, Albedo, and Chiori. Out of those, the one that benefits from it the most, or the ones that benefit from it the most are Albedo and Chiori, because pretty much all of their damage is skill damage. But even in teams where they have pretty good personal damage, their damage from the skill isn't that big of a portion of the team DPS. The only Geo character that has a skill that does a significant portion of the team DPS is Navia. So, in a Navia team where you don't really have that much damage coming from the rest of the team, and you're focused on buffing her. Look at this one, for example. Navia's skill is around 30k of your 80k team DPS. So it's like 40-ish% of your damage increased by 75% damage percent. Which ends up being like a somewhere between a 10 and 20% team DPS increase for Navia teams. And even less for most other teams. It's nice, but because those teams with Geo units are not necessarily the best teams to begin with, it's not enough to make them the strongest teams for this Abyss. I'll talk more about all the team-specific stuff in the meta roundup, but I just want to warn you against forcing a team you have invested into a lot less just because you see the 75 damage percent and you're like, ooh, that's cool. It's not enough for you to play a character that's a lot less invested than the characters you usually use. But yeah, so we have Tulpa on the first side of Chamber 1. And then the second half is a Lecter into a Millennial Pearl Seahorse. Chamber 1 is arguably the most annoying slash impactful on team building in this Abyss. The Lecter has a relatively tanky Electro Shield, and then the Seahorse is pretty tanky unless you break the Pearl's Electro Shield, and the Pearl's Electro Shield is something that can't be hit by every ability. Some abilities hit it, some don't. If you try to brute force it without breaking the Pearl, it is doable, but you're effectively fighting an enemy that has 90% resistance to everything, 140 to Electro. And when you break the Pearl, those resistances go down to 10 or 60 to Electro. As a general rule, I'd say that focusing your team building on the Seahorse is probably the best thing you can do. Chamber 2, Secret Source Automaton first side. Second side is 3 waves of single target, 1 mech into a Fluid Avatar of Lava into a Wayob. And then Chamber 3, we've got 2 boars into the local legend Vivian and Ninian, the Phantasms. And then second half, you have 3 waves again. You've got 2 beasts into 1 Bishop into 1 Consecrated Crocodile. The challenge in Chamber 1 is not getting one-shot by Tulpa to some extent, and breaking the really annoying shields here. Challenge in Chamber 2 is that it's the tankiest chamber by far. It's actually, I think, the tankiest chamber we've ever had in Abyss. Has a total of 8 million HP. 8.6 million HP. On top of the fact that the Wayob has a shield that isn't counted towards its HP. And then in Chamber 3, it's just surviving. Chamber 3, in terms of a DPS check, is a lot easier. But the double local legend fight is very dangerous. They hit you hard and often. When I was doing my testing early on, I did a Hyper Bloom team with Nahida, Raiden, Fischl, Singto. And it took me a while to get through this one without a healer. It was pretty rough. But yeah, so focusing your team building on Chamber 1 mostly, while having a Natlan character to speed up the phasing of the Secret Source Automaton. Is generally the best way to build your teams for this Abyss. So let's do that, right? We're gonna play. Yeah, as a reminder, the Secret Source Automaton, when you have a character that is in Night Soul's Blessing next to them, or next to the Secret Source Automaton, if they are, even if they're off field, it builds up its like circle on the top right below its HP bar. It builds up 15 every second. Is that it? No. Yes. It builds up 15 every second, and the circle fills up at 200. So you need to spend a little bit over 12 seconds in Night Soul next to it. Kachina can do it at C2 pretty easily without C2, as long as you jump onto your drill a couple times to slow down your Night Soul consumption. You can also do it. Ion-san does it pretty easily as long as you EQ, not QE. If you don't have C6, your burst lasts a bit less time, so you might have to E normal attack or charge attack, whatever, Q instead. But you should be able to get through it without much of a problem. Other than that, any Natlan carry gets through it pretty quickly. But you don't necessarily need a Natlan carry or a Natlan character at all. What using a Natlan character does is it gets it to do its pillar phase faster. If you have a lot of shred on your team, you might be able to deal damage to it outside of the pillar and the down phase that follows the pillars. And if you do, then you might be fine killing the Secret Source Automaton in only 1 down instead of 2. It takes, I think it's something around 40 seconds. It's either 3 or 4 attacks before it does the pillar phase by itself, if you don't force it with the Natlan characters. And if you force it, it can end up being a lot faster. While it's shielded up, or while it's not, or while it's, before it does the pillar phase, it has 60% resistance to everything, which is relatively high, but if you have a lot of shred, or is it 70? I forgot. Yeah, it's 60, sorry. If you have a lot of shred, you can still deal pretty reasonable damage to it. But yeah, so I'll bring teams that are like tailored towards the sort of mechanics you're dealing with. I'm gonna bring an overload team because Chevreuse gets shred with or on Tulpa very easily. And I'm gonna bring Xiangling because Xiangling is like the best character in the game against Tulpa. And also, to some extent, against the Phantasms here as well. She just hits them real hard, basically. Probably don't need this much ER. We can probably get away with EM Sands. Now you might notice I don't... Or, no, actually, Versa has it. After doing a lot more testing on the Secret Source Automaton since the last of this, I've gotten a lot better at climbing the pillars without a character that can jump or, like, run up them. So, I'll be talking a little bit about the best and most reliable way to do it. Yeah. And the second side, you want a team that's good at dealing with these shields, or that has a lot of shred so they can brute force the Seahorse pretty easily. Unironically, Neuvillette is pretty good on the second side this Abyss. I know, it's supposed to be an anti-Neuvillette Abyss, but he's still pretty good. And looking at early usage data, it seems like he's still pretty popular. But let's use something else. Let's use Kanich, maybe. Kanich is pretty good at breaking the shields. A little low on crit, but it's fine. So, Tulpa, as a reminder, always starts with either 1 or 2 attacks with his weapons. Right? He hits you either with 1 or 2. I think that he's only going to do 1 here because he did a long one. Attacks like this. After that, he spawns his first thingy and he does his first big attack. This one's kind of hard to dodge and to iframe properly. As a general rule, I would highly recommend trying to iframe it with a burst rather than a dash. After that, he's either gonna stay here or move and follow that up with an attack where he tries to absorb one of his small tulpas. If you break the shield of one of the, or if you break the elemental shield of those tulpas while he's charging, he'll cancel the attack. But if you don't, he's going to get a lot bigger and start hitting you a lot harder. So it's something that is very much worth doing. So here he started with a short first attack, so he has time to do more than 1 before he does a special attack. Then he follows it up with a special attack. He spawns that one. Then this time he decided to move before he absorbed. If you let him absorb, as you can see, he gets a lot bigger, and he starts hitting you for 11k, 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 instead of the default hits, which are supposed to do 7k. So he does about 50% more damage. I think he gets increased resistances as well. Basically, don't let him absorb as many tulpas. Every once in a while, he'll teleport away. If you're very far from him when he teleports away, he will do an attack where he throws a spear at you. Oh, I got hit like an idiot. He will do an attack where he throws a spear at you. Alright, so I'll stay... I mean, this time he'll absorb his thing. But yeah, if you're very far away from him, when he teleports, he does... Okay, he teleported close to me, so I couldn't show it. That's very annoying. He'll do an attack where he throws a spear at you. This one's pretty easy to dodge. He can do it more than once, but it always goes pretty far, so as long as you go close to him, it won't be very dangerous. Anyways, Tulpa hurts, right? He hits for like 7, 8k, and then like 10, 12k if he absorbs as many Tulpas. And if you're standing in Bennett Burst, that gets forward vaped for double damage. So it can be a bit dangerous, but as long as you learn the attack patterns, it's not too bad. And it's a pretty straightforward enemy in terms of just killing him. So let's just do that. Very cool. Alright. Second side, we have a Lecter into a Seahorse. Lecter, very, very straightforward at the start. You just... Oops. You just kill him. Once you've done that, you'll get to the shield phase. Oops. In the shield phase, you want to hit him with Dendro, Cryo, or Pyro as the best ways to break the shield. But you can also hit him with Animo, Geo, and Hydro as okay ways to break the shield. Make sure you dodge the balls. He always starts with this attack where he throws balls in a circle. If the balls hit you, they steal your energy, which is going to make the follow-up, the seahorse, a lot more annoying. He has 2 attacks where he spawns balls, one where he spawns the balls outwards, and one where he spawns 3 balls on top of his head that will shoot down towards you.
Everybody stand back. Rise with the sun. Wrath from the storm. Extract.
Here it is.
Target acquired.
Here we're using Kinich to dodge them without a problem. Very cool. And as long as you manage to keep dodging them, you'll be fine. And finally, you have the seahorse. The seahorse, while it spawns, is very, very tanky, so there's not much of a point to hitting it. And after a few seconds, it will start having a pearl. There you go. And the pearl has an electro-elemental shield that you want to break. Not every attack will hit the pearl, even if it hits the seahorse. So for example, if I do this, I got the seahorse. Oh, I think I actually managed to hit the pearl as well.
Let's light it up.
Well, whatever. I'm getting pretty lucky stuff here. Anyways, you can try to break the pearl really quickly. But once the pearl is below, I'm not sure exactly what the threshold is. I think it's about 35 or 40% of its shield. The next attack the seahorse will do will make him go up in the air. If you do a lot of shield damage to the pearl, you can skip that attack. But otherwise, when he goes up in the air, he'll spawn 3 crystals in a triangle around him, and breaking the 3 crystals by applying elements that will trigger reactions other than electrocharge. Breaks the rest of his shield and makes him fall down. So basically, Dendro, Animo, Geo, Cryo, and Pyro can all break the crystals very easily, but Electro and Hydro do not. So just keep that in mind. The character that breaks the crystal the fastest by far is Sucrose. If you stand right below the seahorse when he goes up and spam normal attack, Sucrose's normal attack has enough range to hit each one of the crystals. And so your first attack will break one of them, your second attack targets the next one, and your third attack targets the next one, and you just break them very, very quickly. But you don't need to break them that quickly, so it's not the end of the world. Anyways, here I'll let him go up. I'm gonna intentionally slow down my shield breaking a little so he goes up, so I can show the attack. While the crystals are down, he will target you with big electro circles. That's generally not that big of a deal, but it can be important to remember that those circles, after they hit the ground, they stay there and do electro damage over time, which could potentially fuck you over. Because if you are standing under him when he targets you with that attack, and you're playing a Hyper Bloom team, that field stays there for a while after you break the crystals, and it's going to trigger Hyper Bloom on your Bloom Seeds and target you instead of you being able to trigger Hyper Bloom normally. And so if you're playing a Hyper Bloom team, make sure you don't stand under him when he is about to do the circles, right? So here, he's going to do the circle here. If I go here like an idiot, it's fucking cooked.
I always bounce back. Rise with the sun. Full throttle. I'm going in. Light up the blazing sun.
And finally, you just... You just try to kill him like this. One thing to be careful about is he gets his shield back pretty quickly. Generally, you have time to do like a 1.5, maybe 2 rotations before he gets his shield back. Which means that if you don't break the shield, like, look at him. He's already getting his shield back. He already has his shield back. So if you have a team that doesn't break the shield very quickly, you need to kill him before he shields back up. Otherwise, you'll have to get it a second time, and that might not work out for you. Oh, annoying fucking... Alright, but this is an example of what happens when you manage to break the shield while he's still in his attacks. He doesn't go up until his attack is finished, and he starts his next one. So you're able to potentially break it before he goes up. Anyways. And that's it for Chamber 1. Chamber 2 is the Secret Source Automaton. So, by default, if you're just doing normal stuff against him, he'll do either 2 or 3 attacks. Whether he does 2 or 3 attacks depends on which attack he starts with. If he starts with this one, I believe he does... Or sorry, not 2 or 3, it's 3 or 4. If he starts with this one, I believe he does 4. Whereas if he starts with this one, I believe he does 3. But it might be the other way around. I think this is the one where he does 4. That's 3rd attack. Oh no, he only did 3. Anyways. Once he's done with his like high resistance phase, he'll spawn the pillars. If you force him to phase by going in Night Soul, so let's go in Night Soul on Veresa and stand next to him. We don't even need to be that close, and we don't need to be on Veresa either. You can see the bars filling up. Right. If you force him into it like this, he's going to do an attack with lasers, where he does 2 lasers, and then spawn the pillars. If you don't force the attack and it just happens after a while, he skips that. Anyways. And after that, he will always spawn the pillars towards the middle from wherever he is. Guards. If you're playing a team that has a lot of shred, like the Chevauleur's team, for example, where you have a reliable, long uptime on your shred, you can do a good amount of damage before the pillar phase. Right? If you're just focusing on damage. Oh, he dodged my plunge. Alright, like, it's not like this doesn't do any damage. We get almost half his health down. Anyways, once you've done that, obviously, you go up the pillars, break one. One thing I see a lot of people doing wrong here is they just break one, go next, and then break the other one, and then start their setup. Keep in mind, the amount of time that he spends knocked down with his resistances heavily reduced isn't that long. Most teams don't have time to do a full rotation before he gets his resistances back. And so, ideally, you want to start your setup from up here. And so here, instead of breaking it and then doing my stuff, I'm going to start with this. And I effectively get to gain a little bit of time because of that. And that can be enough to kill him. I didn't bring Shilonen, but one other nice thing to know is that when you're playing Shilonen, you can use your E to go up the pillars. And then if you do a normal attack on the pillar, and then keep spamming normal attack, Shilonen's auto-targeting will make her normal attacks target the automaton, and somehow she actually reaches the automaton from the pillar, which means you can get your resistance shred on Shilonen from up there, and you don't have to do an additional skill after breaking the pillars, which again speeds up your setup and makes it so that you have more time to deal damage to it before he gets the resistances back. I would recommend always doing that with Shilonen. I guess I can show it after. Chat, remind me once I'm done with this to go show it so that the editors can include footage for it.
You have to keep the fruit in a good mood.
Anyways, next I want to talk about the best way to get up the pillars without a character like Veresa that can jump high, or like Shilonen that can run up the pillars.
Drop your weapon. Control breathing. Let your toes. Arrow incoming. Oof. Charge. Headbutt. Hi.
So, as I mentioned, he always spawns them towards the middle. Here's what you should do. Pick the shortest character on your team. In my experience, it's easier to do with the women than it is to do with the men. From where you are, look at the middle. Right? You'll have the Secret Source Automaton, and then the two pillars in front of you. The pillars on the left is the one you're going for. This pillar is going to have a little nudge right here. This is what you use to climb. The best way to reliably get the jump, in my experience, is to use a short female character model. Aim your camera so that you're perpendicular to the wall next to the nudge. And then input your direction diagonally, like this, on keyboard, WA at the same time, while having your camera facing the wall, and then jump. And I'm able to do it with like 95% consistency by doing that. So let's try to show it.
Stronger. Stop right there. Hi. Oof. Kapow. Arrow incoming. Yeah. Charge.
Set it up like this. Look at the pillar. Input A and W. Oh. Input A and W and jump. I'm an idiot. Of course, when I try to show it, it's harder to do it while you're talking. But you want to jump immediately after you input A and W. You don't want to input A and W and then run and then jump. That's why it wasn't working well there.
Drop your weapon. Quick as a flash.
I missed my mini burst. Dodge. So, and then shovelers, line yourself up. A and W, jump. And then jump again.
Stop right there. Faster. Stronger. Charge. Yeah. Oof. Arrow incoming. Yeah. Justice will charge. Hit.
Anyways. That's pretty much it for the automaton chamber. Next, we have a chamber that's very straightforward, but annoying just because there's multiple waves. On the first wave is a mech. Now, one thing to remember is that mechs get staggered kind of weirdly. So on a lot of teams, you want to remember that and go behind them after a little bit. I won't be able to show that with this team, unfortunately, but oh well. I guess I actually will.
I got him cornered.
My god. Second wave is the Avatar of Lava. This one's very straightforward, but its innate aura is gonna fuck over some of your teams, and also high power resistance can be annoying. But it's a straightforward enemy. It'll go down and like emerge from a different spot in the abyss that's randomly decided every once in a while. But if you stagger him while he tries to go down, you can actually cancel that. I don't know if I can actually show it. I didn't do it in time. It's hard to do it at the right time. Let me see if I can wait for the next one and try to do it again. There you go. So he tried to go down. That it's something you can see from the fact that his health bar disappeared. But we managed to stagger him during the animation, which canceled him going down. Anyways, pretty straightforward stuff here. I think my Emily is on Fav. That's fucking annoying as hell, but okay. And then finally, your last wave is going to be the Wayob. Now, very important to remember, Wayob when it spawns, after a few seconds, steals your energy. So if you do what I just did, you're going to notice something. Oh no, I won't use my burst here. He yoinks your energy before you get to swap back to your supports. And unless you have a very, very well invested team, that's fucking GG. Now here, my team is actually invested enough that it's not a problem. Maoika Burst doesn't get stolen by him. But if you let him steal your energy before you use your support's burst to set up, you can end up in a situation where you don't have enough damage to break his white shield before he's done. And if you don't break his white shield in time, he gets an electro shield and does not give you your energy back. If you do break it in time, you get infinite infinite clear particles that give all your units their burst back. Because there's so many waves, if you end up having to deal with the electro shield on top of not having your burst, it's very possible you get cooked and it just takes too long. Like I said, this chamber is the chamber that has the highest HP we have ever had in Abyss. It's 8.6 million. But as long as you manage to break or to deal with the shield in time, like we did here, you'll be fine. Oopsie daisy. Because it's not that tanky of an enemy.
Time for you to pay the price.
Not even close. Finally, last chamber. First wave of the last chamber is just fucking little losers. One thing that can be very, very annoying with the boars like this is that starting on the second attack, I think, maybe if you're far away for the first attack. You know, I don't think they can do it on the first attack, but starting on the second attack, if you're far away from them, they have a chance to start running. And if they start running, and he collided with himself, or with the other one. Please do the thing so I can show it properly. If they start running, they can end up going kind of all over the place and ungrouping themselves. So you want to ideally try to stay close to them. But they're very squishy. So they generally won't be much of a problem.
Quick as a flash. Justice o'clock.
This is where it gets real, though. These two enemies deal a lot of damage and are very tanky. They're not quite as tanky as the automaton, but they kind of are, actually. Together, they have almost 6 million HP. They each have about 3 million. Now, there's two of them. There's one that's got 2 arms, and there's one that looks like a teapot while it transforms.
You're pretty tough.
The one with the 2 arms, like this, moves towards you pretty often by doing an attack where he starts spinning around while moving towards you. The other one does not. The other one fucking stays in place. And so if you want to keep them grouped so that your AoE damage hits both, that's the one you want to stick to. The teapot.
Down below. Nice and spicy. Stronger. Stop right there. Charge.
So figure out which one is the teapot, the one that's not spinning, and go stand next to him. And as long as you stay there, they'll generally pretty much stay grouped. But these guys hurt, and they attack very often, and their attacks are kind of hard to see coming. So you can expect to die a few times here if you're not too used to it. You don't have that much damage that you can kill them very quickly. If you find yourself dying in that chamber, just know it's normal. They are very, very aggressive. It's very normal. Finally, last chamber is... What is this again? Oh yeah. You've got 2 animal beasts, which are surprisingly dangerous. They actually do a lot more damage than you might expect. The nice thing about them is that they don't get staggered far when you stagger them. So it's pretty easy to keep them grouped. After that, you've got a Vishap, which is the exact opposite. Gets staggered all over the place and is very annoying. And finally, you've got the Crocodile Consecrated Beast. Which is a bit of an annoying one as well. Anyways. So these guys, like I said, they don't really get staggered very far even when you stagger them.
Locked up.
It's pretty easy to keep them relatively grouped.
Claim these souls.
After that, you've got the Vishap that spawns. Bishop gets staggered all over the place very, very easily. Keep in mind the Bishop always starts with the attack where he charges up and then shoots at you. If that attack hits you, he can steal your energy. So don't get hit by that one. Outside of that, it's a very, very straightforward enemy. It just gets staggered a lot, so you gotta remember that. Try to keep him next to a wall like this. And finally, you've got the Crocodile, which also spawns in the middle. And this guy moves a lot as well, and it hurts pretty hard too. He's got 2 attacks to watch out for. which are the attacks that make him move the most when you're not standing far from him. There's one attack where he does like a 5-hit combo where he goes everywhere. And there's one where he does a 2-hit combo where he kind of tumbles, basically. The former is the more dangerous one, but because he effectively tries to target you for each of the 5 hits, you can use him, or you can use that attack to force him to go in a specific direction. The other one, he just fucking moves away from you and then he stays there, which is pretty annoying. But yeah, this is the other one that I was mentioning, right? Where he tumbles, and that one makes him move a lot and then stay there. This is the 5-hit combo I was talking about. It's actually a 4-hit combo, but as you can see, he goes all around, but he kind of just comes back if you yourself don't move. So it's not too big of a deal. After it's done a few attacks, it'll charge up. Seems he's doing one more. There you go. He'll charge up for his special attack. That special attack does quite a bit of damage. It hurts in a circle around him, and then in the outer portion of that circle. So if you stay close to him, you need to iframe the first one. Otherwise, you can stay on the outside and then move into the inside afterwards. And after that attack, he spawns a crystal that you can destroy to deal some damage to him and remove some of his resistances. That crystal gets one-shot by Hydro, but this is an enemy that has additional Hydro resistance, so it doesn't mean you necessarily want to bring Hydro. It just means that if you are bringing Hydro, that crystal will be very easy to deal with. If you're not bringing Hydro, you can still break the crystals as long as you hit it with enough elemental attacks. Anyways. He spawns the crystal, and as long as you keep hitting it with attacks, you can break it, deal some damage to him, and reduce his resistances. Once that's done, you can just fucking kill him.
I got him cornered.
He'll die, right? Yeah. There you go. Alright, now let me show the character-specific tips that I gave. That I said I would show. So the Shilonen stuff for the automaton, and the Sucrose stuff for the seahorse. We can do this, I suppose. Make sure we're geared properly. Yeah, that's why we want to make sure we're geared properly. Then the ER on this is probably too low. Because without Shilonen on the team, we need more ER. Hasn't been on 4P scroll for a while. Oh no. Oh well. Shilonen. Which team should we do for this? Can just do Veresa, I guess. With Farina? Nah. Shenyan? Yeah. Is she even on VV? I might have yoinked her VV for... Oh, whatever. Who cares?
Quick as a flash.
Stray cloud converged.
I'm fucking... Okay, well, I guess I can't go and fucking hit it. Oh. That's very annoying. I hate getting body blocked. I got tulpa'd yet. Alright. We're not yet at the stuff I wanted to show. So, let us show what I wanted to show. Let's make sure I don't break the pearl too fast, so I can actually show that he goes up. Okay. So, like I was saying with Sucrose, if you stand in the middle here, right under him, and you just do 3 normal attacks, you can just break all the pearls very, very quickly. Even before the first circle comes down and deals damage to you. Anyways, and then the Shilonen tip, you can get your particles, or do I do this? And then you hit it, and then you just mash normal attack, while you're at the edge of the pillar, and you end up filling up your Night Soul and Shilonen and getting the E proc. Because somehow, that's in range. Let's show it again. What the? Okay. Being a little annoying here, but I fell down to the side, so I wasn't able to show it well. No! Tragedy. Try to show it a little better this time. Just like that.
Control breathing. On. Seize the skies. Hero incoming. Hero incoming. Look out below.
you. Anyways, if you have a bit lower damage, another nice thing to know is breaking the pillars also deals 15% of his health as damage. So that's another additional source of damage you can get effectively. So here, right, he's below 15%. So just breaking the pillar will kill him. Was there anything else I wanted to show? I guess maybe this team doesn't quite have the damage without Bennett Burst. So maybe I can show. But it probably does. Let's see what happens if I were to have fucked up my setup and I didn't have my Bennett Burst available here. Oh no, I don't have Bennett Burst available. Oopsie. I'm still fine. Arlecchino kind of shreds this. Yeah, never mind then. Additional thing to remember for the white shield, Vape and Melt don't work against it. So if you're playing a Mulaney team, you don't need to get your Channeling Burst, for example. It won't help you very much. Same if you're playing a Melt team like this, you don't need the Citlali Burst and all that. What you care about the most is your Shred and your stat buffs. Like the attack buff on Bennett. Oops. Oh, my shield got fucking one shot. All the other reactions work, though. It's just Vape and Melt that don't. I don't think there was anything else I want to show for this, so I guess we can get ready to record the outro. Annoying bozo. Moves too much. Yeah, he dodges our application a little, but it's not that big of a deal because we just have too much damage. Anyways. Alright, is there anything else I want to include for this? I don't think so. Actually, one last thing I want to include. If you're able to get your stars on Chamber 2, and what you're struggling with is Chamber 1 and 3 because you feel like you keep dying to the Tulpa and the Mimics, you can bring shields, and the shield that is by far the most effective in this abyss is Lanyan. Usually when you play Lanyan with Bennett, you want to swap to Lanyan and wait a little bit before using your skill so that you can get Bennett's attack buff so that Lanyan's shield is bigger. Against the Tulpa, though, you don't want to do that. Against the Tulpa, you want to use your skill instantly, and you want to get your shield before you get Bennett's buff. The reason for that is because Tulpa has a Hydro Aura and deals Hydro damage. What that means is that if Lanyan absorbs Hydro for her shield, which she can do by default against the Tulpa, that shield is going to be 2.5 times tankier, which is a lot more impactful than the additional attack you get from Bennett. If Bennett's buff ticks before you cast your shield, you will have a Pyro, or you get a Pyro Aura applied on your character, and Lanyan prioritizes Pyro over Hydro, so you'll get a Pyro absorbed shield instead. Which means that when you're doing your setup, you just want to swap to Lanyan and immediately use her skill, so you get a Hydro infused shield, and you will stay alive forever.
Little help here.
My Lanyan is level 70, so the shield isn't the biggest. It didn't manage to survive all 5 hits. It would have if I just attacked, because I do have C2 though. Even through Bennett Burst. Now the problem here is that the shield's probably going to expire before the end of these attacks. Oh no, it didn't. There we go. It expires now. Lanyan makes this incredibly trivial. I did a run earlier, maybe editors can include some footage, where I played an Arlecchino team with Bennett, with Lanyan, and I did not dash a single time through all 3 chambers. I think I got hit like once, because I stayed on Arlecchino for too long and my shield expired. Anyways, yeah, that's pretty much it for tips and tricks for this abyss. I'll cover a lot more stuff in the meta roundup, but just in terms of, you know, enemy specific stuff and ways you can abuse their mechanics to make your experience a little bit easier, that's pretty much it. I hope you enjoyed, hope you learned a thing or two, hope you managed to get all of your stars on this abyss. Good luck with that, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. Okay. I'll do the announcement for the meta roundup submissions tomorrow, I think. Alright, chat. What else do I want to do today? I think we'll do Shilona and Ask Zajef for real tomorrow. Albedo begging. Bro. You want to see how much damage my Albedo is doing with the buff? I'll show you. Let's give him his Circle it back. We yoinked it from someone or for someone else. What team do we do? What team do I have that maximizes Albedo's damage? This maybe? We don't talk about the fact that we're playing a mono hydro team against Dolpa, but it's fine.
Time to shine. Letting brave names echo.
Coming to be.
Ooh, 30k.
Settle down.
Oh, 40k? My god! 46k? Holy shit! Insane. Alright. Play Gumming? No. Not today. Gumming is fine this abyss, but he's not great. I don't, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do it clear. We might as well. I yoinked some of his artifacts when I played Hutao earlier. Did I only yoink one? I only yoinked one. Alright. I'll do the no Bennett team so I can be a little bit more comfortable. Yeah, I guess you should be on Petra. Second side, what do we do? Versa? Yeah. Sounds like a plan. No, actually. Let's do Arlecchino. Alright.
Quick as a flash. You two. Time.
Up to it, Manzai.
This is definitely... That was sus as all hell. What do you mean?
On my mark. Step aside. Get to work.
I fucking hate this game. My buffs had already expired. Yeah, it's fucking scuffed as hell, man. Losing out on our melt is such a big deal. And no Cinder City and no Petra is just fucking yikes.
Up to it, Manzai. Alley-oop.
You little dumbass.
Hear the echoes of the valley.
Quick as a flash. You two. Time.
bad order. Oops.
Light it up. Everybody stick. Oz, repeat. Drop your weapons. Justice will prevail. Stop right there. Drop your weapons. Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's light it up.
Probably shouldn't have done that, but it's fine.
Light it up. Going in. Like royal transfixed. Go. Teamwork is dreamwork. Final warning. Justice. Wings of overruled. Let's light it up.
We don't get it, but I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Just get me out. I hate doing... Dude. Like, literally every character in this team gets fucked by Dolpa, man. See, Lali doesn't give Melt anymore. Shiloden doesn't fucking give Petra. Yonsan doesn't give Cinder City. It's just so fucking cooked.
Stronger. Fulfill our path.
Oh no. Aw. Yeah, we started without burst and it cooked us completely.
Bring it. On my get to work. You two. Time.
Up to it, Monzai.
Let's show no mercy. Lolly.
Mighty mythical beast.
Fuck.
Alley-oop.
That's fine. It's fine.
Transfixed. Everybody stand. Oz, reveal. Stop right there. Overruled. You asked for it. Drop your weapon. Let's light it up. Teamwork is
Midnight.
laid bare. Stop right there. I'm going in. My royal.
Alright. Why are we talking about Pyro MC Plunge? What's going on here, chat? What are you guys yapping about?
Bring it. Letting brave names echo. Quick as a flash. Start the clock. Get to work. You two. Time.
Many happy returns.
Hear the echoes of the valley. Control breathing.
Let's move.
My not I am
Up to it,
nice.
Monzai.
Bring it. Letting brave names echo. Quick as a flash.
Okay. We got through, I suppose. No, oh gross, not these Hydro MFs. Yeah, that is indeed how it is in this abyss. Bro, Iridescent Hunt, are you gonna proc or there you are? There you are. I'm gonna EQ here because I want the healing. I'm a little worried. I feel like I'm gonna just die if I don't heal, bro. I hate the bishop so much. Ah!
You asked for it. So let's light it up. Everybody, odds reveal.
The fuck? Hello? Oh. Happens. Yaparo MCC6 from Quest? Yeah. I don't have it. I'm at C3. It's from, I think it's from their reputation stuff, right? Cooked. Cooked! Alright, I think we're gonna stop there for today. I hope you all had a good time, chat. Hope you enjoyed your stay. Tomorrow, I think we'll do the Shilonen Ask Zajef. I don't really feel like rating anyone today, so I think I'll just see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye!